Alrighty. So, last stream we finished off the post-Stormblood MSQ, but there's still quite a few optional things that I've not done yet for Stormblood. So, we're going to quickly blitz through some of those and then start Shadowbringers, or at least unlock a zone or maybe two in Shadowbringers. That's... If I can unlock the first zone, Fates become a lot more viable as a leveling option immediately. So, I kind of want to do that. To kill a girl. After. Just the woman I was looking for. As you may know, Ralga's Reach used to be a pilgrimage site for followers of the Fist of Ralga. Atop the mountain lies the remnants of the Temple of the Fist, which was once the center of their religion. It was filled with monks training their minds and bodies right up until the Mad King Theodoric decided to raise the temple. Curiously enough, a young lady recently approached me saying she wishes to explore the ruins herself. I immediately turned down her request, knowing that she alone could not survive the route to the ruins. Then I thought of you. I'm positive you're strong enough to protect her while she explores. The girl's name's Marjorie. If you're willing to help, seek her out by the doors which lead to the temple. I imagine she's still there pestering Hropmar to let her in. Thinking about it, before I go doing these dungeons, I should grab the Wondrous Tales for the week. Because it has been the weekly reset now. Where am I going? What am I doing? Aww. Hey, Chloe. Thank you, Chloe. Although thinking about it, none of the dungeons or anything that I do are going to be part of this because it maxes out at Heavensward until you reach level cap. Yeah, I hadn't really thought of that. I do wish that Wondrous Tales was a bit smarter in the stuff that it gives you to do. Like, even if it was just, oh, you've done the final MSQ quest for this expansion, now we'll give you the extremes from that expansion. Like, that would be so much better. And it would, I feel like that, because that's kind of what they already did with it. It's just that they've only kept the flag for the current expansion, and they didn't bother, like, setting up tiers for when they did it for the previous expansions. I'm peeling. There we go. Dry as fuck skin on certain parts of my one hand. Which is why I have a... It's not suspect at all, I promise. But you wouldn't... That's not a lotion that you'd want to use for anything else. Hi, Marjorie. Oh, you're kind of cute. Are you also interested in exploring the Temple of the Fist? Never dreamed I'd meet a fellow enthusiast. I first learned of monks when I attended a lecture given by a historian named Eric. Ever since then, I've continued to be fascinated by their creed and approach to life. I thought I'd come and pay a visit to the site of their most revered temple, now that the Empire's been driven out of the region. The only issue is this man will not let me pass. The monks used the path to the temple to train. It's filled with all sorts of traps and obstacles that cannot be overcome by just anyone. It is precisely those traps and obstacles that I wish to study. Everything I have read states that those who are able to reach the temple will come face to face with a monk of legend. Does that not pique your curiosity in the slightest? Who knows what kind of lessons one could learn from a monk that has mastered their art? You wish to know, don't you? You too are a monk. I can hardly believe my luck. Now I see why you also wish to visit the temple ruins. In fact, if you're truly keen to explore what lies beyond these doors, would you mind if I joined you? I'm fairly familiar with the layout of the temple grounds from all the reading I've done, and I know I can be of help. Oh, please take me with you. You know what, I could probably do this as monk. I mean, there's one way to find out. Do I have a... Okay. Hold on. I probably can do this as monk, but if I upgrade my equipment real quick. That shouldn't be too difficult. Fists. Oh. Oh no, I might have to take the Gimp helmet. Oh no. Whatever will I do? Honestly, the level 98 gear is cheaper than some of the lower level gears. Oops. How much of a difference? That's honestly not that much, but it's also not very expensive. Okay, so the only thing I need is a headpiece. Let's have a look on one of the other worlds quickly. Okay. Now we should be ready to take on the Temple of whatever the fuck. Temple of the Fist. Kind of reminding me of Amdapur. Right, I have not really played Monk since getting it up to 98, so bear with me. I'm not quite doing as much damage. As I hoped I would. We might not be able to do this as Monk solo. Definitely... Oh. I'm definitely gonna save... my... whatever the fuck's perfect balance attacks for the bosses. It's always worth using one. Before the boss, because then I can get the like special super duper attack. I think it was it Tempest Kick? Alright. Surprise, surprise, we've got a curl. Okay, you know what? That damage is not bad. Oh, that's why. Okay. Our single target is still good. I mean, our single target is very good. I've always felt like the monk AoEs don't do much. Oh god. Takeshi's Castle? Oh yeah, you can... There's no collision. Okay. Give me whatever that is. Not doing badly for survivability. I don't think my damage is quite as high as my summoner, but I suppose summoner does have insane burst. But yeah, my survivability, bearing in mind epic echo and everything as well, of course, but I don't think I've got anything to be worried about. I really don't remember this dungeon. God damn. Spooky. What the ghost do? Okay, it explodes. I remember what the final boss is. I don't remember any of their mechanics, but I remember who it is. That is one of the things that I'm looking forward to with going into Shadowbringers. Is that by the time that I was playing Shadowbringers, I wasn't paying attention to anything. So like, I still know, at least for the MSQ, what the duties are. Those are kind of cute. Know what the duties are and kind of what to expect. Although I don't remember them that well. But like, as soon as it comes to the optional stuff that isn't part of the MSQ, I have no idea. The only things I know about the extreme trials, or rather the optional trials, is what their weapons look like. Hey, old man. And you see, those somehow look cooler than when we got them. Ivan. I don't know what he's doing. Oh. Die. Ooh, almost. I don't have the truly powerful abilities that you get at level 100, but I'm not doing too bad. Ooh, music. And these are all the Crimson Lotus weapons, which I've seen. I think I've seen most of them. Oh, I was hoping it was going to teleport me back to Rauga's Reach, but that's fine. I have to speak to Marjorie, who's all the way over there. Okay. Meow. I must admit, I do really like the way this little chamber looks. With the lotus flowers, it's quite cute. I too am most eager to hear just what went on in the closed fist. You fought with Ivan Curlfist? Read that he honed his martial prowess by wandering the mountains, fighting all the curls he could find. They say he took the creature's movements for his own, devising a style of fighting like no other. To think he'd been waiting there all this time for a new challenger. My mind is made up. I too will become a monk. Hearing your story, I realized I must meet Ivan Curlfist myself. I'll need to strengthen both my body and mind to have any chance of reaching him. And I plan to start by working on my mind. There's still much I need to read about the monks and their religion, or perhaps I'd be better served by searching for a local that's versed in the Fist of Ralga. Allow me to thank you. I'd not have awoken to my true calling had you not shown me the temple ruins. The next time our paths cross, I imagine I'll look somewhat different. Until then... I wonder if that's gonna... I don't know, is there a hard version of the Temple of the Fist? I can definitely say I've never met a monk quite like her. It'll be interesting to see just how far she's able to go. Yeah, I don't think I know any of the hard dungeons for Stormblood. I don't think I did any of them. I've definitely not seen any of the hard dungeons for Shadowbringers, because I literally beat the MSQ and then didn't go into any of the post Shadowbringers stuff. Thinking about it, I've not even done the Arboretum from Heavensward on this character yet. I'll need to do that at some point. Yeah, this I think is like fractal continuum hard. Excuse me, miss. You're after, right? The name's Philiot, newly joined the Garland Ironworks. Pleased to meet you. Hate to be a bother, but I've got somewhere I'd like to take you. Wedge told me once asked you to peek inside the fractal continuum, is that right? Well, the thing is, we recently detected a strange signal coming from inside. Knowing our luck, it's likely some ancient Allagan weapon run amok. We don't know for sure until someone goes in to find out. We were hoping that someone would be you, if you're up for the job. Thank the gods. I'll see you in Azislar then. It's bold to think that I remember what the fractal continuum was. Which one is this? I'm not going to do it. I just need to remind myself which one it is. Is it the one that you teleport around? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, no, I do remember this one. Pretty good music. Alright. As a slide. Do I have to actually go? I do. Okay. This is going to take a second. It doesn't matter what point in the game you're at. Azislar and the Sea of Clouds are just massive maps. I think that the Heavensward maps are some of the most annoying to navigate once you have flight. Because there's not many teleports for a lot of the zones. And even with flight, which is the max speed that I will ever go in this zone, it takes a while of not doing anything to get here. It's so annoying in trying to find a hunt mark in Azizlar or the Sea of Clouds, because there's so many places that they could spawn, and so you just sort of have to go randomly flying around until it says you've found your mark. First world problems. Alright, time to take a look at this here teleporter. What in blazes? Access restricted? This isn't good. Someone already triggered the intruder defense system. The only way in now would be aboard an airship, but that would mean piloting the Enterprise. Bloody hell, how am I supposed to... After, I didn't... you didn't hear that, did you? You deserve better from the Ironworks, but the truth is, I'm just a simple man from the Broom, meant for simple tasks. This is beyond me. With you here, though, I suppose things will work out, right? Leave it to me. You're a saint, truly. Suddenly, I'm not so nervous anymore. Now then, as you might have overheard a moment ago, the teleport has been locked. Seems someone beat us here and activated the defense systems. It's nothing the Enterprise can't handle, though. Once we've locked onto the signal, we can fly straight to its source in the blink of an eye. We'll depart as soon as you're ready. Okay, I don't want to do this as a monk. I could, but I just don't enjoy monk all that much. Like I was saying, the AoEs on it just don't feel very satisfying. At least the basic AoE combo, the ones that you have to do inner balance for can be pretty good, but you don't get those all that often. And if I was level 100, I'd have the replies to the blessings, which I think one of those is an AoE. That's the boss from the normal mode. Okay, I've got to kill you because you're blocking the teleporter. Oh, right, yeah, no, this is where we fought the boss of the normal. That's the platform that you fight the last boss on. What the hell's an Ixal doing here? What? How did an Ixal get here? A Vanu I could understand, but... we're pretty far from any of the Ixali camps, at least that we know of. mechanical chimera is kind of interesting. There are a lot of airships here. Why? Suspect. Mother bit. I'm not sure if I've ever done this. Okay, we've got a shit ton of drones. Okay, and this is the Farlander set. Not sure I know the Farlander set. Don't hate those boots. They're quite basic, but I don't hate them. So the creatures ignore the Ixor. Guess that's handy for them, but... So we're kind of going through the dungeon. That's the second boss. Okay, we're kind of going through the dungeon backwards. Oh, and there's pirates. Dead Sky Pirates. That does strongly resemble the Ixal. Huh. So the Ixali... descendants of something the Alligans were messing around with? Or were they a creation of the Alligans? Curiouser, curiouser. I'm just glad to have good music. Given I normally play this game muted, I often don't appreciate the music until I stream it. Hello. Oh. Ultima Warrior, and okay, you've got stuff to do with the Warring Triad in here. I kind of don't want to kill you too quick, so I want to see... Okay. Mimicking Zervan. How so? Okay. I can imagine that's actually a cool fight. Because you'd kind of have to know some of the mechanics from the Warring Triad raids. Trials, sorry. Ooh. Hello. Someone wants to come in and play. Did that one just give up? He's just staring into a corner. He's been put in timeout. Oh, but this one wants to play. Kind of expected to have to fight something else, but alright. You gonna charge through that one now? Lovely goo on the floor. Ema? Ooh. Wait, does it have a city? It kind of looks like it has a citadel growing on it. Like Alexander. Ultima Beast. Okay. It gets buffed. Demi Ultima. Okay, do I want to move over? Oh no, I want to move away from it when it does that. Right. That could be an issue. Dungeon Master. Oh, that's going to give me a decent chunk of experience. Ideally, I'd want to do that on a class that I want to level. Okay. What's that one look like? I mean, that's kind of nice in an understated way. Like, alone, how are we in one piece? At least now we know for certain elegant weapons were the source of the signal. Why would they need Ultima weapon prototypes in there? On second thought, I'd rather not know the answer to that. I presume he was the one who woke the bloody things up. Tried talking to him, but he's only got sullen silence for my troubles. On the bright side, teleporters should be functional now. So, assuming, of course, there's no one else lurking about. Well, would you look at that? Up and operational. How do you think the Ixal reached Azisla in the first place? There's no way their balloons can reach these altitudes. Unless the rumours are true. They say a group of Ixal in the North Shroud called themselves the Ikatel-9 have been working on some sort of hybrid airship. How about we go and pay them a visit, eh? Last thing we need is for one of them to come back here and wake up another of the Allagan's delightful toys. Okay. Going back to Dezel-Qualan, was it? The fact I still have hunting log stuff. Yep. I should probably do the rest of the hunting logs at some point. There you are. Come on then. Let's go and have a word with the Ixal. Hey guys, been a while. Seems I was right. That's him over there, getting an earful from his superior, no doubt. Take Dezel-Qualan without permission, you did, Square! Banish you from the Ikatel-9, I should. Forgive you this once, I will. But tell me true, Kezel, did you find Ayatlan? Well, say something, Gah! Ayatlan? Isn't that some fairy tale island the Ixal are said to have come from? Of course, that's why they've been building the airship. Pardon the intrusion. Might I have a word with Kezel? What's this? Ah, after. Good to see you. It is. Come, what is you need? Meet with them in the fractal continuum, I did. In Azisla. Azisla? Why would you go back? Lined with tubes the walls were, filled with all manner of chimeral creations. In the last of the chambers, terrible sight I saw. It looked like us, Cecil. Named Ixalian it was. It served the Allagan they were made. To serve the Allagans it was made. Developed for airborne division. Obey an order they will. That sounds an awful lot like you Ixal, doesn't it? They say the wind risen up in Kurthus follow their superiors' commands with frightening obedience. Little wonder why you all left to make your own tribe. Much the same it sounds, but end there the similarities do. Weak to elements the Ixalian were, and riddled with genetic instabilities. Does that not strike you as familiar? Unfit for the forests, unfit to fly. An abomination we are. Failed experiment of the Allagans. If Ayatlan exists, in test tube it lies. Squawk! Squawk! Silence! If Ayatlan is a damnable laboratory of Allagans, then seek paradise elsewhere we must. My desire to fly, to find our home in sky, created by science, these are not. Can we not aspire to greatness? After all, made to dream we were not. Speak of this again, you will not understand. None will deny Ixol's ambitions, not even you. Forgive me, I was wrong. Our paradise, Ayatlan. Find it in Azisla, I did not. But someday I will, together with the Cattle Nine. Well, looks like you've already resolved the matter we came to discuss. You won't be returning to Azisla, I take it? Never. Even at threat of death, return there we will not. Enough talking. Kezu, prepare yourself. For stealing our airship, a most severe punishment you will receive. Squawk, but Cecil. All's well that ends well then? Everything's settled then, eh? And who would have thought the Ixal actually came from Azisla? I'd have lost all my feathers after hearing news like that. But they've chosen to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff upper lip. Or beak, I suppose. And here I am being hard on myself for my upbringing in the Broom. Piss all compared to their hardships. If they won't give up on their dreams, then I won't on mine. Looks like I got my work cut out for me if I'm to be even half the engineer Sid is. My eyes are failing me. Thank you, Arthur, for everything. I'm off work at the minute, but just for some annual leave. But my quality of sleep has not been great, and I just keep waking up early, even though I don't have anything to be up for and could definitely sleep in. Okay, I think the only other dungeons I know about are these two? Oh wait, no, this is... What do you have? Oh, Tsukiyomi, yeah. Okay, you'll have the extreme version. Tsukiyomi, Lady of the Moon. Thus, in the mortal form of Yotsu, vengeful daughter of the Naori, did this primal find a willing host. I'd heard stories of the acting viceroy's merciless rule, yet none ever mentioned the terrible childhood she endured. The outward face of history surrenders little of the turmoil which rages beneath its surface. She had but one chance to be reborn, only to have it snatched away. And in the void left behind, her cruelty bloomed anew. Yes, this is all the makings of a tragic Tonka. Neath the half-moon's glow, lily-white petals unfurl, rooted in malice. The bloom drinks in the darkness and is swallowed by the night. The flower Yotsu planted was doomed to last but a single evening before its petals were scattered. Mayhap she wished only for a pretty bloom to adorn her final resting place. I do not mean to excuse her atrocities, but very few of us are born villains. Circumstances conspired to break her spirit even as she made her misguided choices. I only hope that in death her soul has shed the maddening shackles of vengeance. I don't need to do that one. I do still need to do Seiryu, though. Afterburn? Oh, thank heavens! I'm in dire need of a capable adventurer. I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential, but there's trouble in Kugane Castle. It's been overrun by a band of outlaws. What's more, they've taken hostages a number of nobles, along with the Bugyo, Kugane's highest magistrate. They're demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries is folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, or Ijin as they call them, would never set foot here ever again. Under normal circumstances, the Seki Sugumi would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis. They dare not do anything to put the Bugyo at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from Bakufu, yet I fear there's no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they've done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, they've also called upon the East Alienard Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of the hostages. As to why they would go out of their way to contact us, one of the captives is from Uldar. Goes without saying, the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Seki Sugumi cannot yet act in an official capacity, they've asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you join our cause, make for the aqueducts in the Rakuza district. There's a hidden passage leading into the castle, kept under guard by the Seki Sugumi. Tell them I sent you, and they'll explain what you must do. Do I do this dungeon and just accept the experience? I mean, it's only 1 million, so it's not like that's gonna push me to a level. It's just a decent chunk of experience that I won't get. But I'm not really focusing on leveling stuff too hard right now. Like, I've already got several things up to 98. I can afford to take it a little bit less min-maxy. So yeah, fuck it, let's just do it. You were sent by the East Alienard Trading Company. Then there's still a chance. Permit me to apprise you of this situation. The castle is presently held by a group of criminals under the leadership of a merchant named Kageyama. We believe his demands to close off our borders, as ludicrous as it seems, are a vain attempt to eliminate what he sees as a threat from foreign businesses. If it were only him and his cohorts, I'm quite confident my men and I could easily rout them on our own. Problem, however, is his bodyguard. Our informants tell us he's a swordsman of great renown in the Hingan underworld. He demands exorbitant sums of money, defending his clients with seemingly inhuman displays of strength and skill commensurate with the price he's paid. Yojimbo? Your task will be to contend with Kageyama and his hired blade in the heart of the castle. With all eyes focused on you, they'll fail to notice my men's intrusion to rescue the hostages. It shames me to ask this of a citizen, but if we are to save those people, I can see no other way. I think I have done this dungeon before, but I very much so don't remember it. But by the sounds of it, the swordsman could be Yojimbo. Wait, what happened? Did some of the enemies disappear? No, I think I'm just being an idiot. I wonder if this castle is potentially not safe for work. Don't know what could give that impression though. But everything here is in just jerks. Oh. The fact that they came out with a squirt. Oh no. This is one of those things that once you see it, you can't unsee it. Anya mask. Oh, okay. It's for a decoration, not for an actual mask. You're a big one, aren't you? I think if I don't interrupt their summoning, they can summon stuff like Fenrir. But I might be misremembering. These big guys, though, I have a vague memory of them. But it's also possible that I'm getting confused with Neo. Because they also look quite similar to stuff that you'd fight in that. I don't want to let them summon. Okay. So that was a medium summon. Hi. This reminds me of an arena that I've seen for one of the variant dungeons. The one from Kugane. I guess that shouldn't be that surprising. That they'd reuse assets. Ooh. Explosive Goblin. I wonder if the Explosive Goblin would have hurt them as well. Because that would have been cool. That looks like it could be... Ooh, yeah, I don't hate that. I need to kind of sort out my gland dresser. Because I think there's a bunch of stuff in there that I'm just never going to use, but... There are some good pieces that I just don't know what to do with. Okay, these guys definitely look like something out of Neo. Isn't that the guy that we had wasn't there a quest line around this guy? Yeah. You've done well to make it this far, but I'm afraid your journey ends here. Come, Yojimbo. We have visitors. Okay. I've gone against you quite often in the Gold Saucer. That did not take long. I am like almost 30 levels over-leveled. Your coffers appear empty, Kageyama. If you cannot pay my price, then I am finished here. Yeah, I don't hate that chess piece. But would I ever use it? Maybe for the Dark Knight with the long like Adachi style katana. Is it Adachi? Is that the like oversized one for like two-handing? I don't know, I'm not enough of a weeb. I'm a fake anime fan. Alright, finally. Don't know if there's any other dungeons now. There might be one in Azim Steppe. Thinking about it. I heard the news. Well done, good lady. Well done indeed. You'll be rewarded handsomely for your part in this. As you no doubt already guessed, Kageyama's been apprehended. His bodyguard, however, is nowhere to be found. Suppose in the end, his loyalty laid only with Kageyama's coin. At any rate, the magistrate's safe, as well as the Uldan. What's this? Ah, I wasn't expecting to find you here as well. Lady Leluju wished to thank you both personally for your assistance. In light of all that's happened, I thought it only proper she have an escort. So, you are the great adventurer who risked life and limb to save us. Uncle Lolorito has told me so much about you. Hearing of your daring deed was so inspiring. So much so, I decided to set out on an adventure of my very own. I've taken to writing travel literature, you see, and someday the whole of Eorzea will have the chance to read of my journeys across the realm. Yet never in my wildest dreams did I imagine my yearning to experience new cultures and customs would take such a terrible turn. Words fail to express my gratitude. Miss Leluja, we were quite fortunate that she was here to assist in your rescue, but it'd be folly to assume fortune will always smile upon you so. Your uncle is worried sick about you. Besides, will you not consider returning home? There is so much I have yet to see, yet to do. If I were to leave now, I would have naught but this horrible story of kidnapping to fill the pages of my journal. It would be irresponsible for me to give my readers the impression that Hingashi is a land of savages unfit for travelling. As you might recall, there was a rather nasty incident in Uldar that even our dear adventurer friend here was helpless to resolve. Surely you'd not wish that to be the only tale of Uldar to be told here in Kugane? All right, you've made your point. Why have you come all this way alone? Uncle Lolorito tries to keep me from harm, but he's only succeeded in smothering me. I tire of being constantly coddled. That's why I left, to prove to him and myself that I'm perfectly capable of being on my own. I know my uncle, he's likely requested you hire guards for me, whether I choose to return or not. Well, tell him that I refuse. Very well. Might I ask then that you pay me a visit when your journey is ended? Lolorito is not the only one who cares for your safety, after all. Yes, of course. I'll be sure to bring back many souvenirs and tales of adventure to share with you. At last, my journey continues. Though there's still much of the world for me to experience, I suspect meeting the Warrior of Light will be one of the high points of my writings. Oh, it's a street sweeper. I was wondering what the fuck I was hearing outside my window. So yeah, that's all the blues from here and Raga's Reach. So let's have a look at, is there anything in the Azim Step? I don't think there is. I think that might have been all the dungeons. Yongsha? Nope. I suppose whilst we're here, I could go and turn in my stuff to the Doman Enclave for the week. Definitely nothing here. Yeah, that might be it. Cool. Didn't take long. I've got shit tons of stuff that I can give you. Yeah, fucking hell. Not all of it is necessarily worth much, though. So take my Algan pieces to start off with. That one. Maxed out for the week. Cannot thank you enough. I simply cannot. I'm pleased to announce, at long last, our plans for the 10,000 stores are complete. Every tenant's open for business, and the food is the talk of the Enclave. You really must go and see. Mitsuba's expecting you. I've been waiting for you two to arrive. It's past time you saw the 10,000 stalls in all their finished glory. Look around. Take it all in. See what our hard work has built and smell what we've got cooking. Those are cute. Oh. That's some big-ass sushi. We had plans and diagrams, but this... I hardly recognize it. It's wonderful, Mitsuba. Never in my wildest dreams could I have pictured it better. This is your accomplishment too, After. On behalf of the Shazenkai, I cannot thank you enough for your generous contributions. Stop. I'll not hear another word of praise from you until you've at least sampled some of our humble fare. A cook can't trust a customer's compliments if they haven't touched the food, can she? And quite frankly, if the sights and smell of this place aren't making your mouths water, then I've already failed. Find an open table and prepare yourselves, because you're not leaving here until you've had the very best we have to offer. That was quite possibly the most delicious meal I've ever had. Is this what a Koja feels like, I wonder? Well, I had enough. If not, I can bring you another serving. Kami for fend, I couldn't eat another bite. Not that I'm not tempted to try, I assure you, but I fear I might die in the attempt. That's what I like to hear. A customer forced to choose between good sense and another bite. You couldn't have paid me a finer compliment. And now that I've stuffed you full of enough food to cloud your judgment, you'll forgive me if I broach a more serious subject. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but all our cookware, our pots and pans, stoves even, are far past their prime. Most were cheap imports from other provinces. It was easier to replace everything instead of trying to maintain goods that weren't made to last. You're not the first to bring this issue to our attention. Others have had difficulty obtaining tools to go about their work more effectively. At the moment, the Shazenkai is considering two proposals. The first is that we concentrate our efforts on rebuilding our industry. We give to our people the means to craft that which they require, thereby addressing domestic demands first and foremost. The second is that we concentrate our efforts on producing wares for foreign consumption. We bring foreign wealth to Doma and trade for that which we lack. Both approaches have their advantages and disadvantages, to be fair, but pursuing both simultaneously isn't really feasible. Why do you fret over such nonsense, girl? This is no dilemma. Doma shall stand proud and tall and alone. We'll make what we need. Well met, warrior of the West. Too long has it been since you convinced an old fool to fashion armor for young ones. In search of a stiff drink, I did come to these stalls, only to overhear a tale I couldn't ignore, and to cross paths with a bitter foe. Bitter foe? Hardly. Not that I'd expect an imbecile with an iron head to know friend from foe, or his own reflection for that matter. After, allow me to introduce you to Master Araragi. Like Master Suranuki, he's an artisan without peer, who once managed the paper mills of the Enclave. I should thank you not to compare me to this dotard of a smith child. More importantly, I should caution you against his advice. Your second proposal, that of favouring foreign trade, has far greater merit. Despite our best efforts, Doma is still a far cry from what it once was, and we have not the capacity to rebuild it ourselves. We must first look elsewhere to secure that which we lack. All talk and no guts. All the strength of a paper tiger. Or is that your clever plan? Convince these people to help you sell paper for iron. I mean, if you get the iron and then you're able to smith it, isn't that helpful? You mad, blustering oaf! How dare you! We could have a district for both craftsmen and artisans. One where we create both tools for everyday use and goods to sell in foreign markets. The Yard, let's call it. then everyone would be happy, yeah? At least in theory, right? At the completion of the 10,000 stalls, an ambitious plan for a new area is born. The Yard, a home for craftsmen and artisans alike. So that is our first area of Doma complete. Let me just post Stormblood dungeons. Yeah, we've got them all. Okay. Sweet. Okay, well, what class do I want to go in? Well, no, honestly, there isn't much of a choice. It's probably going to have to be Dancer. In which case, I could probably use some better glam for my Dancer. Because I've still not sorted out a glam for all of my aiming, physical ranged. That's the term I was missing. Physical ranged. But basically what I'm thinking is if I turn in quests as Dancer, but I could play as Gunbreaker. Because I've got my Gunbreaker up to 98, and I don't particularly want to level it any further. Okay, so this is my Dancer. Ooh. Okay. That's definitely an option. I do have this now as well, although I don't think that particularly fits a Dancer. That's a different kind of Dancer. Yeah, let's give that a go. Why not? I don't think that quite fits. Is that what I want? Is it? Ooh, yeah. Or it could go... Don't have many, like, shorts. Which is a bit of an annoying thing to not have. There is that, but with that, I'm basically just flashing everyone. Anytime I do anything. can't dye those. Yeah, it might have to be that. If I was gonna go down this route. Okay, and then I just don't particularly... Yes, now that's what I'm talking about. Hey, Patinga, how you doing? I wish I had more... Sexy. I wish I had more helmets. That you could actually see on Vieira. I don't hate that. You're doing good? Good. I'm doing alright. I'm not crazy about the shoes. But I also don't know if I necessarily have anything better. Those just seem so bulky to me. This is the issue of not having access to this stuff from Shadowbringers dungeons yet. Because there's a lot of really good glam from Shadowbringers. The Alliance raids from near, especially. What just happened to my voice? Fuck it. But yeah, I'm not doing too badly. I should get rid of all this shit clogging up my inventory. I went and saw my parents yesterday, which was nice to see him and get some stuff sorted out. So now I'm less stressed about finances and stuff because my parents have been very generous and apparently need to spend more money. Because of some changes to inheritance tax. It basically works out better if they give my brother and I some money now rather than waiting until they die. My family talks about mortality quite a lot. I really don't need to be pressing it as hard as I am. I'm pressing it faster than the game can handle it. Oh, there was something I was thinking of holding on to, wasn't there? But it doesn't matter. And with that, I now don't need to worry about ventures for a while. No? Is that not? Is that not linked? No, it's not. Okay, fine. Fine. That means I need to also change that. There we go. Alright. I think we now need to head to Mordona. And we'll get started on Shadowbringers. Because otherwise, the only other thing I can do is head into Eureka. Which I'm just not really... I'm taking a little bit of a break from Eureka. Which is probably for the best, given that I'm like a third of the way through Pyros and Hydatos. But I've completely finished Animos and Pagos. I've spent a fair amount of time in Eureka. Ooh. Ooh, gimme music, yeah. Good news, After. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we better go and give him a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner we can travel to whatever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again. Meaning we have no time to lose. And there's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site. So let's be on our way. Pardon me. Probably a sign that I'm a little chilly. Heading to the survey site, madam. On the eastern shore of the lake. The swiftest way there is by boat. Take me.
Oh, hi guys. How's it going?
Look how many people there are. Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Forget his accent.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
I feel like his accent's stronger than the last time we heard him.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Oh, I love the little tidbits that are voiced but don't come into the subtitles. Sometimes they're just so funny.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
I don't think I'm in Kansas anymore. Oh no. Alright, where we dropping, boys?
Do not look at me, Sal.
Or chiffon?
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
The Warrior of Darkness. Or one of them. Oh.
Your time has not yet come.
Minfilia! Oh good, everything looks a bit less bleached now.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
I swear to fuck if it's the same merchant from the beginning of the game. Motherfucker.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Night? What do you mean, this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, yet he'd reply.
Yeah.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
So, vampires would be fucked. Understood. At least that's one less thing to worry about.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Everything's very purple. Good thing for me, I like purple.
Dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
That's the Crystal Tower.
There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. Mount unavailable. What the fuck? Is that... it might be because I'm not actually fully in the area yet. Because there's no, like, monsters or anything. So this might be a separate instance of the map that's meant just for the story.
Halt!
Cousin!
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Verdania.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
She likes to dance too. Left behind a crystal.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Was that a ring? Oh, it was his ring.
Everything all right, Captain?
That voice sounds familiar. Sounded like
Quite all
Alphina.
right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
That face is like
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have
default
known.
male Makoto face.
Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Thanks. Oh, you're tiny.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Kinky bitch. Is Dancer good? You've only tried Bard and Red Mage. It's not very good by itself, but with Dance Partner, it can be really, really good.
Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
It's much more of a sort of support.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
So we've travelled to a different shard. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Are the other Scions here?
That is a question question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Why not now?
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Oh, well, thanks.
Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
The Crystarium is actually my favorite of the sort of hub areas that I've seen so far, bearing in mind that I've not done Endwalker or Dawn Trail yet. But I think it looks awesome, and I like the way that it's laid out. I also like Kugane, but this is much more visually impressive. 'Cause look at it! Look at it!
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
That's right, here we are. And you'll see that there are finally bunnies around. And we'll start seeing male Hrothgar as well, because this is the expansion that added them. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I'd like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catliss, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He's to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you'll visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I can see the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray, meet me in the large courtyard at the centre of town. Until then. I can't unlock it yet, but there is also the first of the hunt boards here. And they use a different hunt currency. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint, but stable, and should allow teleportation to Aetherites in the source. Yep, so now I can pull out to the world map and change between the Eorzea and the first. Which is just kind of nice to be able to see how large the world is. Oh, I'm gonna need to grab all the Ethernet locations as well. But there's also a script exchange. I can't use it yet. I'm maxed out on scripts. I've got nothing to spend them on. Yeah, this is the center for crafters and gatherers. And the way that they handle quests for like jobs and crafting classes and stuff changes in Shadowbringers to be there's less individual classes like storylines, but instead there'll be ones for types of classes, and that also goes for crafters and gatherers. Glad to see a place so well stocked in goods. I'm gonna guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin-Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us in the Mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Yulmorian layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labour. You don't have the whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. Wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He's indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he's never yet let us down. So, if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catlis, and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystal Meme. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. I think I can get to the Amaro launch. Yeah. So while this world does have chocobos, they tend to travel using Amaros, which I already have as a mount because I have everything leveled to at least 80. But they're these things, and they've got four wings, 2 sets. Looking to procure yourself an Amaro? I reckon you come in the right place. 1 second, if you would. There you have it. I've added you to a register. Pray, come back when you're in need of a mount. Whip. Whip. Who needs ankles anyway? I believe this is the mercantile district over here. Yeah. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome. My name's Bragi. and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it, too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment from V's, such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry, did you say V's? Aye, something wrong. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one's a Hume, and taller one's an elf. That sturdy individual over there is a Galgient, while the one with the horns is a Dra. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zoom. Which is apparently not the name you know him by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much farther flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, despite their obvious learning. They floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. So if there's been other people from the Exarch's homeland, that likely means the Scions, right? Because is there some kind of time dilation? Because he said stretch out an eon to an instant or something, didn't he? Or an instant into an eon. There was something along those lines. Very. Yeah. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled-on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin, at your service. And this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you're an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Ah, here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson, then. "100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigour, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a saviour appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Northrend, and Northrend alone, spared into the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Northrend's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I'd be glad to retell it for you. Or if you'd rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. Should be glad of the company. We love a nerdy guy. Though, not at all biased. Okay, so the only one I'm missing is the pendants for Ethernet. Can I get that one? I think I can. Is it up here or is it below? I think it's below. Oh no, it's right here. The pendants is the inn. If I remember correct. And there we go, we have them all. Lakeland is now accessible as an Ethernet location. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Yes, it seems they were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is in fact the selfsame one you know from the source, transported to the First in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, as something of a trial run for your eventual crossing, and although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. You've done as I requested, and I learned something of the world in which you find yourself. and learn something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what's befallen your comrades. That's a conversation I'd rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organise a few things, but I shall see the guard knows to admit you. Just like that, then. Then Grahatia is... I'm not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when I passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Well, hopefully we can fix that. What have they been doing?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
I suppose. I don't really have many options. Aye, but I'll see that you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Just got a tell to ask if I speak French. No. No, I do not. Do I have? No, I don't even have it on my player search. I think, if that's where my one is. Or is it in the adventure plate? I forget where it is that you set it. Actually. Not that it's at all important right now. Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I've been informed a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. I kind of love the fact that there's just patches of greenery as part of the paths. But it's also a bit weird to go from like paving to grass to wood to paving. But I like it. In reality, it'd be a fucking nightmare, but this is a world with fantasy and magic.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Good. Be fucked otherwise.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what Yoshida tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Tombstones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Gesundheit.
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
Tink?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yes.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass.
I could have come here without
From
teeth.
this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Would be smart. Send a message to Tataru. She can reach out to Kral.
Consider it done.
But Tataru has lost all of the people closest to her.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. But yeah, it summons Feo Ul instead of our retainer. There you are. I was just finalising the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest and recuperate. We shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room's ready if you care to retire. It's more of a apartment than it is a room. But I really like the layout and everything of this. And we get a view? You.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
Warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
Yep.
Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source, a daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
100.
100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light.
No pressure then.
But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Ah, yes. Sleeping like a body in the morgue. You had to sleep like that. Not very comfortable, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I tend to sleep on my back, but you can't... Like, having to be straight as a board and stiff and stuff is quite often not actually good for you. Although sometimes it can be good to have that, because it can help sort out, like, your spine alignment and things like that. But it's also often not comfortable. I tend to toss and turn between my sides sometimes. Yeah, the risk of you not sleeping like that was too big, yeah. Like, there was a good reason. Yeah, if there's some...
How did you find your new quarters?
Shut up.
I trust you were able to rest.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, like if it's not exactly going to be reasonable for you to sleep on your side or your front after having chest surgery. I had a ghostly visitor. Sorry, girls.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Ooh.
This
Like
map
Indiana
shows
Jones.
The lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Very different approaches.
So, will it be Calicia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
New companion, you say? You'll visit Alphino and Clusia then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you'll need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction. Present it to Zem Jemay, the Master of Beasts at Temeno's Rookery, and he'll take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Ready to depart for Armareng? Alize will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert. Pardon me. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he'll see that you reach your destination. That's right. Split quest line. Whoop whoop. Can I can... Wait, no, that's... I think that's just the sightseeing log. Ah, that's the one for hunts. Nuts to you. I went wrong. I went bad. I can just fast travel. It'll be quicker and easier. Been a long time since I've been in the Crystarium. Oh, motherfucker, they're up there. Crystal mean? Yeah. Milady. Hold a moment, sinner. You're not from around here, are you? Fellow wandering soul? An eternal inhabitant of the road? I thought so. Elalath's the name. My aspiration is to travel the whole wide world. That's a fair bit smaller than it used to be. So as far as dreams go, it's a lot more realistic than you might think. But danger still lurks in every corner and around every bend. Even so, this sinner's got nerves of steel. He's a born explorer. Elalath. There's no land too distant or place too forbidden, aye. What is it that I spy poking out of your pack? A log, if I'm not mistaken. Give it over, if you would. Aha! I thought so. A record of fantastic vistas and unforgettable sights. With kindred spirits. A morrow of a feather. Excellent, excellent. 'Tis only right I share with you such wondrous experiences as you have with me. A collection of amazing vistas I catalogued myself that I guarantee will rival the best you've ever seen. Norvrant may be a shadow of its former glory, but there's still joy and excitement to be found if you know where to look, my friend. So I implore you, look! Look! Follow in my footsteps, savor every moment of the journey, and then, when you feel you've discovered every secret this realm has to offer, start again. I promise, you won't be disappointed. Meow. Oh, you're that. You're her, aren't you? Haldor's been asking after. You know Haldor, right? Clan Nutsies man? If you're keen to hunt the deadliest marks for the biggest bounties, then you might want to seek him out. You'll find him by the board over in the rookery, though if I were you, I'd steer clear of that whole nasty business. Bad for oneself, it is. You say that, but I want nuts. Could it be the esteemed warrior herself? Well met, miss, well met. You're a very hard woman to track down by all accounts, yet here you are in the flesh. I'm very blessed I am to make your acquaintance. I am Haldor of Clan Nutsy. Perhaps you've heard of us? We've certainly heard of you, I can tell you that. A fighter, through and through. I'll come right to it. Interested in joining the clan? Apologies. Only a fool would sign up without knowing what we're about, and you're no fool, I can see that. The clan is how shall I put it? An association of adventurous souls who make a living hunting certain notable fiends? Marks, as we are wont to call them. Surely you're familiar with the concept. Norvrant is home to myriad living creatures, many of which pose a threat to her good people. Thus did the Exarch, at least I think it was him, in his boundless wisdom, call upon the Settlement Council to develop a framework that would encourage motivated hunters to dispatch these menaces. To wit, ye brave souls who slay marks shall receive due compensation. Not at all a bad arrangement, eh? If you've a mind to reap the benefits, speak with Xylit over there. She'll record your name in the ledger and see you registered as a clan member. May I help you, miss? At the urging of Aldor, was it? I see. You are plainly more than capable of quitting yourself well enough in battle, so have no grounds to refuse you. Hereby accept your application to join Clan Nutsy. Check the board for the latest bills. Tougher the mark, better the reward. On what you like, or nothing at all. However, you may only undertake unts designated appropriate for a member of your current status, a novice. Clans disinclined to allow unproven hunters to commit suicide by mark. Once you've achieved a sufficient measure of success, you'll be permitted to peruse more dangerous fiends. Do try not to die before that. Still at it, are we? I thought you might be. Aye, felt you had a bright future with Clan Nutsy, and sure enough, you're not dead yet. Which is more than I can say about some other poor sods. I've even heard whispers that you've caught the eye of our Ulmorian patrons. What? No one told you? The whole system we got here in the Crystarium first originated in Yulmore. Once upon a time, a few perfumed gentlemen were bored out of their wits and desperate for entertainment. So they pooled their considerable resources and started placing bounties on dangerous beasts to attract hunters. Their original intent was apparently to derive amusement from the gruesome deaths of those foolish and greedy enough to pursue these marks. A reprehensible pastime, wouldn't you agree? But people are stronger and more clever than many realise. Like you! One-nut marks hardly pose a challenge to you now, do they? All the more reason to pest Zyle for permission to take on two-nut bills. Give me your nuts. Oh, Aldor thinks you're ready to undertake two-nut bills now, does he? How intriguing. Ah, why not? We're down a few ranking hunters, so perhaps you can make up for their absence. Do bear in mind that should you die while in pursuit of a mark, you'll receive no compensation. You'll also be dead, which would be an inconvenience for the both of us. We have great expectations from you, Hunter. Hey there, killer. Getting bored of those two-nut marks, I'll wager. Aye, might have been enough to get the blood pumping and the heart racing before. It's only a matter of time before the excitement fades. I know exactly how you feel, my friend. I myself can think of nothing more exciting than being driven to my mortal limits. To be forced to bring fang and claw to bear when weapons shatter and you're scrambling to survive with whatever's at hand. Who are we to deny you that singular sport, eh? That's why I've recommended you for three-nut marks. Be proud. Soon you'll be dancing with death herself. Go and speak with Zyle. I'm sure she'll be absolutely thrilled to grant you this wonderful privilege. So you wish to hunt three-nut marks, do you? Thought as much when I saw you approach. Also, Haldor's been clamouring day and night for you to be granted permission. So was that too. Whatever the subject of you and your exploits came up, he's filled with a fiery passion. It's as though he lives vicariously through your tales. In any event, if you desire greater challenges, then you may have them. Do be mindful of the increased risks in pursuing these marks. You're of no use to us dead or horribly maimed. And lastly, the elite mark. Too many nutters. There she is, Star Hunter of Clan Nutsy herself. Bagged yourself a goodly number of three-nut marks, have we? But it's not enough, is it? Don't deny it. Nay, you need to experience it all. The terrifying lows, the dizzying highs, the creamy middles. And they need it too, if not more. Why else would those Yulmorian bastards offer bigger and bigger bounties? They're waiting for you to slip up, just once, to give them a spectacular death. But you won't go quietly, oh no. You'll bleed them for every last gill and then some. And soon you'll have the chance to do so on an entirely different scale. How, you ask? Slaying elite marks, that's how. They're like nothing you've ever faced before. Wild and unpredictable, possessed of surpassing strength and guile. Many are the men who've left to slay such fiends, never to return. But their failures will only serve to season the dish that is your victory. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Extrinsic and intrinsic, no? Which is why you must speak the Tsar without further delay. Ah, it's you. Coming to beg permissions to hunt elite marks? That I can't grant. Just the other day, our very own leader fell in battle with such a beast, torn to shreds and devoured. Nary a trace remained to be buried. I cannot, in good conscience, allow one of our most promising hunters to throw their life away as he did. For now, I must insist that you content yourself with the 3-nut marks. Now, wait just a gosh darn minute. Wicked white, but you're... Nutsy, your fearless leader, still alive and Kupoing, I'll have you know. But Haldor described in exacting detail how the beast snatched you out of the air, how as you struggled to free yourself in vain, you were disemboweled and depalmed. Certainly not. As you can see, I'm the picture of perfect health, Kupo. No thanks to that villain Haldor, though. I'd say he was the aspiring depalmer, considering how many times he nearly chopped it off in the midst of our battle with that elite mark. I rather think you only yourself to blame for that. After all, was it not you who encouraged him and the others to strike you down and claim leadership? Aye, aye, for the thrill of it. Which he gave me, and then some, even if only by his poor attempts at treachery. That weakling wouldn't last a moment against me in a stand-up fight. As you may have guessed, it takes a certain character to rise within the highest echelons of the clan. You've got to eat, sleep, and breathe danger. You gotta love putting it all on the line against elite marks and elite hunters besides. You gotta be bloody mad. So congratulations, you're in. Are you sure this is wise? Wise schmize, she's a killer. I want to see her kill. I want to see her die. More blood for Clan Nutsy. More blood, Kupo. It's that ridiculous philosophy that's losing us hunters by the boatload. How are we supposed to build a sustainable organization when you keep encouraging people to kill themselves in the most violent and pointless ways possible? Well, you see, the thing is, I just wanted to say that you may be the most promising new hunter I've seen in ages. Brilliant work out there, really marvelous. Jolly good. And on that note, goodbye. I've yet to kill a single thing for you. Blood for the blood gods. Yes. One day I'm gonna rip that palm off your head and shove it down your goddamn throat, you furry little shite. Anyway, you may now hunt elite marks. Do try not to die, and if you happen to run into our fearless leader in the field, kill her. See, I'm probably not going to be able to actually find most of these. Oh no, that one's in Lakeland, so yeah, I can find that one. And then you have stuff like these. You have a mount, which I actually want. You have a minion that I kinda want. And you've got some armor set and weapons. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. It's like technological, but also subtle. I kind of like that. That with the sort of Power Ranger armor from the Rising would be interesting. I don't like most of the monk weapons. That's not bad. That's a bit boring. I don't like those. Can I see the helmet? Nope. No helmet. Not allowed. But I can use that one. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it is. It's like a technological... Don't hate that. I do not hate that. What do the pants look like? They're basically just going to be the same. Yeah. Boots. Those aren't bad boots. Those aren't bad. What about for magic? Eh. 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 That's the best one out of them. Ooh. Okay. I can do a sort of Firekeeper from Dark Souls thing. Alright, what's it look like without... Okay. Don't hate the shoes. But then we've also got Deep Shadow, which I've seen some of the stuff for it, because it's all these like almost blood weapon looks. And I've got some of them already from retainers. Those are very, very boring gloves. Ooh, that's interesting. It's like a crossbow bow. Ah, that's actually an interesting design. Ooh, I kind of like those. Ooh, I kind of like those. So of course can't see those. Ooh, but I can have a muzzle. Legitimately a muzzle. Ugh. Not a fan of that. I've got that, I think, and that's not too bad. Oh, the aiming one's actually kind of nice. Kind of like that. Don't mind some of the pants. And yeah, those boots are pretty nice. Okay, what about for magic? I've got that. It folds out. Yeah. The books are always disappointing. That's pretty disappointing too. I like the red cards, but the claw thing, I mean, I don't know, that could be an interesting set. Not going to be able to see the helmet. Okay. Oh. Okay, so the healer gets like a half set. Ooh, wait a second. Boots. Boots with heels. Okay. Might have a use for those. Might have a use for those. Cool. Well, yeah. That's the stuff that we can get from doing hunts. Whilst we're here, let's see a man about an Amaro. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? I like how furry they are. They look fluffy. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Calusia. I'll pick out a friendly whelp. An Amaro, you say? One of these fuckers! That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield, more accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you're plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zung worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Huh? You come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Arang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. Okay, well, before we do that, let me just up to the toilet, and then we'll come back. And do I want to do Calusia, or do I want to do Armorang first? I think we'll do Armorang. Yeah. I need a snail. Okay. Take me, Cassad, to Armorang. To the unforgiving sands we go.
Armorang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armorang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
This place kind of reminds me of Almaska. Ugh. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky's still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's End, which is where this Alizé friend of yours is staying. That's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord-Sook to break up the trek. Allow me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off. And I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Oh. I know that I'm not actually going to be able to, like, get anything done, but I just want to see how much experience this will give. Even for a failed. Yeah. So, even for a failed, that just gave me the same amount of experience as an unboosted fate from, like, end of Stormblood. And we start to get bi-coloured gems from fates, which we can use as a currency to buy some unique items and music and stuff for each zone. Oh yeah, we're also going to have ether currents again, aren't we? I nearly forgot about that, it's been so long. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Armorang, isn't it? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasar Shal, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once one of Norvrand's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light. its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amara roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Maud Sook. Let's press on, shall we? This feels very out of place as a mount. Here we are, Maud Sook. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Maud Sook, not just full of Maud, but Humes and all manner of others too. It's long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population's nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Maud before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Master Gengen? Wait, is that a kobold? It is, okay. So the Maud are kobolds. Fair enough. Oh yeah, I got my first crafter up to 100 yesterday. Just doing the daily hand-ins to the Grand Company. But yeah, I'm slowly but surely getting there. Every crafter is at least level 90. I still need to do like custom deliveries and crap. So this is a Maud.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Maud Sook.
Sook is Maudish for city. As things stand, this Sook boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Maud Sook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Maud dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Maud do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And
you're a lot more eloquent.
Is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Oh.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
That's good.
A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Gold? Real Verbert gold?
Oh god.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
There's not many things as important as food to spend money on. Welcome to Ronron's, traveller. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Here's worms. Looking like witchy grubs. Everyone's favourite. Plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Glazed wriggler. That could be my nickname if I were gay. Shame. I don't. Not everything that comes out of my mouth is worth saying, is it? Yeah. That's the correct response, Patinga. I didn't want to say, you know, that's what I call my partner or whatever, but I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keep you going in the heat. That actually sounds pretty good. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with best parts of lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Oh, you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks. Spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. As a textures guy, the bread is probably the only thing that I'd want. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Although the meat probably is fine as well. Give me mush loaf. Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold? And done. 1 Voberite honor pays you 40 loaves of bread. 40? I think I'll share the rest. visitor invites us to feast. Let us give thanks for her great generosity and small appetite. Consider your coin purse cracked. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored us. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. I was watching from here. You honored our custom, and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in the Armor Ring, we are here to provide. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you'll be eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few details left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Ah, offering your services, are you? Alright, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to be doing the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Hungry again already? You have strong stomach, friend, but I wouldn't eat those. Okay. What is it that we actually need? Table cactus and iron ore. What? Table cactus from Tonton. Tonton? Tonton. You came in with Cassad, yes? Good, good. Can finally stop thinking about sack. Please, take your prickly purchase. Mul has the antiques that we need. And then I just need Tol. Hey, no touching. Merchandise spoken for. Couldn't possibly change my mind with better offer. What? Cassad sent you? Why didn't you say so? Wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. No. Nabatha Reng relics, wasn't it? All packed in box there. Handle with care. Tol. Boon. Oh. Tol. Gimme. Cassad sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Hey, monkey, how you doing? Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Aye, that's a lot. Alright, good luck. Good luck? Good work. And quick work too, considering you're not set foot in the place before. I thought you'd want to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're no stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. Sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, feels like an age since I last saw you. If it isn't the lovely Tesseline. Been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alizé. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order's been has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alizé's told me so much about you. You're after, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesseline. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alizé quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as After's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it'd be no trouble. That'd be a great help, thanks. Well, looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Almareng, and I'll send you back to Crystarium. You're doing good. Good. I'm doing alright. Saw my parents yesterday, which is good. Meeting someone tomorrow, which I'm hoping goes well. It's not like a date or anything like that. It's just meeting someone. But hopefully it goes well and gives me someone to hang out with. Jose's been desperate to see you. So let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get some of my supplies together and meet you outside. Oh. We've already got our first optional. And these are quests, these are level synced. Good. Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yes? Maybe help me too. You see, my son, Gun make me very proud, but very worried. He worked very hard. Too hard. He follows orders, yes. Follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. Should be near the Red Sarai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relic. Please, tell him his father orders him to stop. So is he basically all the way back? Yeah, he is. Okay. Right, yeah, I think that this map, I'm not going to be able to get all of the stuff for until I progress the story. I think it's a split map, kind of like the Sea of Clouds. I like shit. Stun gun. Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, did not see you there. Are you lost? This is a very tough piece of mango. Father says I must rest. That will not do. No, no, no. I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but I refuse. Your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over. Your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable. Maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we can get at least one shiny. I find no shinies. No shiny. Found a signet ring. It's always the last place you look. Because you stop looking after that. What did you find? No more rubble, I hope. Oh, this looked very special. Such pretty patterns. Not seen one like this before. How much is it worth? I am an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we will divide profits between us. We work as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair, fair. Those damn slippery armadillos. I would prefer not that mount. Yeah, that'll do. It's very much the same if I'm flying, but hello. You're the A rank, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk headed home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alizé was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? If I didn't know any better, I'd think Alizé has a crush on me. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. Yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alizé was strong, but in her mind she was never... now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. Might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. I'm surprised that aggro. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know now to avoid us. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favour somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. Maybe our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alizé arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alizé who's so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alizé give you the full explanation. Let's just attune real quick. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Hey, the Derrick. Oh, Alizé. Alizé's nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground. They look to be about the right size. Small footprints lead off to the northwest. Oh goody, things I can murder. Oh, I only needed to kill one. Wait, did that give me 66,000 experience? Yes. Oh. Okay. That's as much experience as I'd get from a fate in Alamigo. So that's not bad. I can get a lot more experience from doing like my roulettes, but the amount of time that it can take if I find stuff, that's really not bad. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Did she get into a fight?
Back here!
Damn, girl!
Is that... It can't be.
Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Stop playing it all cool. Give me a hug.
How are you? We fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where 1 would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
Have a conversation with my family.
Home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
That's the afflicted. It's just a matter of time, more or less. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. To add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you can clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they become slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Oh yeah, this is the Amaro. My own personal one. Not entirely sure how you knew I was there. Oh. God, I miss mount speed ups and being able to fly again. It's always the thing that you feel most when you start a new expansion in this. How did you fare? Ah, thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols. To cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. You've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Alizé tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks. And my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You've no idea how badly Alizé's missed your company. Everything's always, if after we're here, she would... That's an exaggeration. And I don't sound like that either. I'm simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect After's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alizé? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder. While we do that, can you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pornil, Toden, and Holric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Reiki healing. Thank you. Podden glances at you blankly. You notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Ulrich remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin is hardened into something akin to plaster. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they'd enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Ulrich, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take after to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there's one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassid's caravan just passed through, so Runron should have some fresh fruit. Come then after. There's something I want to see. Right after we stop at Runron's stall, of course. I mean, I could just... Whoop. Oh, back again, are you? Need another taste of Runron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a moored merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friend. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Here are the precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wrigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails. Shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halrich's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halrich included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Pretty dark, man. Glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just a threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It's their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Oh wait, yeah, there's it. Oh. You're back. Hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find the nectarine? Thank you. Alisaie's explained why I wanted this, hasn't she? See it in your eyes. We may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing's going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. Don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat. I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
You. I'll have another bowl then.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
It's boiling. It's over the fire.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Northrend could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Uh-oh. After Alizé, we have to go look for Ulrich. Don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandered out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No. He's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence. It can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Ulrich isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Ulrich, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. See no sign of Ulrich. Maybe he went further west? Hello there. My bird's better than yours. scan your surroundings in search of Holrick, and suddenly find yourself under attack. You little bitch.
Any sign of him?
No such luck.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will. Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever
Are they
it's
nice
going,
ones?
it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
Oh, hey! She can use a sword too.
We have to run!
Oh, she did say. Oh, shit.
Tesseline! No!
No, she was cute.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
She's throwing up light. That's creepy. Oh, a chrysalis. Looking quite a lot like a certain dog from Full Metal Alchemist. Sorry, after. Tried to tell the carers what happened, but can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Teslim was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. All the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Ulrich is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Alizé. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realised we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Ulrich. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? It wasn't even a fight. I was too late. Too slow. I thought I could protect you. Can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Ulrich back safe and sound. No one could have done any more than that. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you'll forgive me for leaving you. That you will delay Ulrich's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Ulrich. Keep Tesline's words close to your chest. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yeah. And a purpose. Damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if only little by little. Even if it took years. It would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light. How could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. And I'm pretty sure that is the end of Alizé's part of the branching quest line. Oh, fuck off. Give me after. Couldn't stay there a moment longer. I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. From Eorzea's sword in the darkness to Norvrant's sword in the light? Gods above, it feels like an age ago now. Miss Alizé, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest tomorrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. The game just crashed. That was one swift tomorrow. It's quite rare for Final Fantasy to crash. Come on, get me back in. Do you want to let me? There we go. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Aramarang again. Barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out. Shall we? Good business, blah, 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 blah. Thank you for seeking me out. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we decided upon a direction. But you've still to visit Alphino, haven't you? And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering some vital thing to our success. If he hasn't already, I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. Don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Might treat this as a good point to take a break. And then see how I'm feeling when we come back after some food to either do some more Shadowbringers or jump back into Alan Wake. Yeah, I think it'd be good for me to get out of these lights for a little bit. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call it there for now. But we might be back later on this evening after I've sorted out some food and stuff and had a bit of a break. Yeah, thank you for watching, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Later.